Come on, Rumble. I know you can. I know you can do it. Maybe? Nope. Did it start? It did start. There we go. All right. Pause that so I don't saturate my line. Doing the stream earlier today than I usually do. Because my power went out last night, like right around 6:30, 6:22 to be exact. My power went out at 6:22, right after I ate dinner, and it didn't come on until 5:20 this morning. 11 hours I was without power, and I just went to bed early, and I literally went to bed like 7 o'clock. So yeah, 5:20 this morning, the power comes back and I'm awake. And so yeah, we're starting early today, which is okay. It is okay. Maybe get a few more of those sweet European viewers. Maybe possibly. If not, that's okay too. But I'm a little out of sorts. But there is a new publicly available version of Vintage Engineering available for y'all to enjoy right now. I just uploaded it, and yes, we're good to go. It's so funny. I got this done. I got a lot of the filter shenanigans working. There were a few bugs from the early members only version, and so I got all of those. Well, the ones I could find, all of those sorted out. They work. I mean, from what I tested, it works. And so the filters are working, fluid pipes are working. Right now, anyone who is playing this kind of screenshot here just shows it's able to pull the fluid in. Be aware, and I'm saying this right away during the stream, the first 3 minutes. Right now, you can put these over a fluid block and it will just bring in an infinite amount of that fluid. That's not going to be final behavior. I guarantee you. I don't yet have a pump available. So right now, this is what we're doing. If you put it over a fluid block, you can extract an infinite amount of that fluid. Just, it is what it is. Until I get the pump working and situated, this is how it works. Outside of that, the filter doesn't work with this situation because obviously there's only one thing that's going to be pulled out of there. It doesn't make sense, but it does work if it's barrel to barrel, right? If you have a whole line of barrels and you have the fluid pipes and then you have filter extractions or whatever on all of those, it will work. The fluids are filtered, but you have to use the portions, right? The fluid portion, so water portion, lime water whatever. All of the portions are what it's looking like because that's actually what's in the block. That's actually what's in the item slot is the portion. So filter fluids based on the portion, not the block. Okay? Anyway. And Zokin, how's it going? Hello and welcome, sir. I'm just kind of going over a little bit here. So yeah, the big new feature in 0.2 is the pipes. The pipe system works. I tested. I put in code for to make sure that a block or an insert node is loaded in, like the chunk is loaded. Like I added a bunch of like sanity code to make sure, like if you use the mod on a server and there's nobody around, that it's not gonna cause problems. And there is if you do for whatever reason, if there is a corruption of the pipe network system, like if you have a bunch of pipe networks like dangling in memory, there is a sort of an undocumented way of sort of validating all of the networks, and that's shift right clicking with an upgrade in your hand. I just did that, where it will literally, if you shift right click with an upgrade in your hand, it will validate all of the networks that exist, right? And if any network exists but doesn't have any blocks, then it will just remove that network, right? It's just a way to clean up memory just in case something goes wrong. So just be aware that it's best to do that after removing all the pipes in a world. You break all the pipes in the world, and then you shift right click, which validates, or in other words, invalidates all of the networks, and then removes them, and then you can place pipes again and not have any sort of dangling. Not that it's a lot of memory. It's just, if it's an empty network in memory, it's literally just a few bytes, so it doesn't hurt anything, but it is what it is. So that's the big feature. Big new visible feature is the pipe system. And it works. I have tested many different iterations. I haven't stress tested it. Like, I haven't had thousands of pipes, and if it works on the small scale, it will work for the big scale. It's just, how much time do you want to devote to building a system like that just to test it once? But I'm pretty confident that it would work. Aside, a little feature is the handbook now reflects the recipes for machines. So when you open the handbook and you look at the copper rod or a golden gear, you will see the machine that makes that. And I will look at possibly adding a way for like a metal press or the extruder. There's a specific add-on that you need, so there's a requires on that. I'll look at adding that, but it should be obvious. Use the gear mold to make gear, like whatever, right? People can figure it out. And then there's a complete massive overhaul in the back end of the power system. This is invisible to users. If you have the mod on your server and you upgrade to the new version and you restart the server, you don't see any difference. There's no, like, it's completely transparent. The update is back end. It won't really affect your server or your save game. It's just in the back end. It's way, way, way cleaner because the entire power system is derived from one object rather than three. And so it's just a tighter way of doing that. Blue Lightning worked on that code while I was struggling with pipes for the last 3 months. Yes, it took 3 months of work every week to get the pipe system in place, but it does work. So you can move things around. You can see in the back of the screenshot here, I actually have item pipes hooked up to my to the chests. So, and as a general note, if a pipe doesn't have a node that automatically connects to it when you place it, the connection is not valid. I had to be extremely selective with what objects the pipes connected to. There's a giant block of code of conditionals for the item pipes specifically to not allow the connection between cheese wheels, Crocs. Like, there are lots and lots of vanilla block types that I did not want the pipes to connect to. And so there's a giant block of those. But it is what it is. It had just had to be done. But yeah, there's a lot of little details that are kind of quirky regarding some of the vanilla stuff, like chests. Chests are only like interactable via the down direction, right? It's assuming you're only connecting to chests via a chute. That's it. So if you want to pull from a chest automatically, you have to, using those functions, you have to look at the down direction. You cannot try to pull out the side. And so I have a bunch of custom code in there for vanilla chests and stuff, just because it's a royal pain. But the last 3 months that was working, and so today, I want to answer any questions. What Quinn said, I've been devoting some time to game development myself, even going down to the lowest level and to rival speeds. Oh, cool, Rohan, that's awesome. So, I'm here to answer any questions regarding the new version of the mod. I wanted to be here to make sure people had a way of asking questions, then get an immediate response. So if you have a question about some functionality, something about the mod, I'm more than happy to answer it. But yeah, I'm quite proud of the pipes and how they work, and the fact that the shape is built dynamically. The shape depends on how where you place it, what valid connections there are. It dynamically builds that shape when you place the block, right? And that was one of the first things I did. I actually got that working on stream. It feels like a lifetime ago, but it was like 2.5 months ago I actually got that working on stream. And we've just been iterating week after week after week, getting things in place, getting it working. And then the last 2 weeks was, I actually had item pipes more or less working. And so the last 2 weeks was fluid pipes, and adding the fluid capability. But yeah, that works. The filters work. Here's the filter GUI. By far the most complex GUI I've ever made. The filter GUI, it's just crazy how complex it is. So many little moving parts in that GUI. Just very proud of the GUI. Very, very proud of the GUI. The fact that it works is just like, oh my god, there's so many little moving parts. 2 different lists, a search bar. There's a whole object tree behind the scenes that gets searched. Literally every item in the game is in this bar. It's just, oh man, there's just so much to it. So yeah, that was a fun challenge getting all of that working. Can pipes be integrated into solid blocks? Right now, no. Right now, I just got them working. So yeah, right now, no. They're just pipes. You can put them behind a wall if you want, or put them under the floor or something like that. But if you put them on the floor and then put like a machine over them, right, and then make that an extraction node by right-clicking it with a wrench, you can just turn an insert node to an extract node. Then it'll just auto-extract everything out of there, and you just put a chest nearby, and it'll push everything into the chest, right? So, like, all of my machines automatically work with the pipes. I didn't even have to add any code to the machines. They just automatically work with the pipes. And the pipes are upgradable, and depending on the upgrade, you can put a filter in them. You can select the distribution. Nearest first is the default, but you can also change it to farthest first, round robin, which is a common one, round robin. Now it's going to insert round robin, not extract. The extraction node is the thing that is upgraded. And then random is the last one. Why you would pick random, like just try to put it into a random chest. So the pipes, I designed Dazzy and sketches. Wow, there's a lot of Rohan. There's a lot of words in there that I don't know. A Dazzy on sketches of Willy Wonka. Like, I don't know what that is. A Dazzy on sketch. Okay, who looked more like done? I don't know any of those words. I'm listening to GCLI. Oh my god! Like, good luck, man. GCLI. Can't remember what that CLI common language CLI common language interface. Do you have any plans to improve the model textures of different pipes? When it comes to prettiness, right? When it comes to prettiness and shapes and textures and just overall prettiness, that's not my expertise, right? The pipes have certain limitations. There are direct limitations to the pipe, because of how they're built. And if you download the mod and you actually look at the objects of the pipes, there's two objects. There's the core pipe, which is the core, basically, what would it be? 4x4 voxels. 4x4x4 voxels. That's the core of the pipe. When you place the pipe, that's what it is. And then the nodes, the connection nodes, there's two different kinds. There's the insert type, and then there's the extract type. And those are added to the base model dynamically, right? Each pipe shape is not, there's not a separate, like, shape file for every different iteration of pipe shape. The reason for that is there are 76,000 combinations of pipe shapes that you would need to cover all of the iterations and variations of the pipe, right? So I figured, rather than having 76,000 different shapes, right, to make it dynamically build the shape based on what connections are valid and what the settings are, right? Which directions are extract nodes, for instance. That's a different shape. So if somebody is interested in tweaking and playing with that, or even changing the textures, I am open. I am open to those. But there are direct limitations to what you can do is regarding the pipe shapes, because of how the shape itself is built dynamically. So just be aware, it is not a simple matter of X shape and Y shape and X texture and Y. It is dynamically built, and so the nodes assume the texture of the base shape, which is why the nodes are, why the colors, if you look at the fluid pipe here, why the color of the nodes, remember the very corner or the center of the pipe, that's the pipe. The nodes that connect everything, those are added on after the fact, depending on the connections. And you can override those by shift right clicking with a wrench. You can override those connection points. But the system is built in a way that is very limited in terms of how crazy dynamic I can make the shapes and the textures, because the nodes on each northeast, southwest, up, down, the nodes take on the texture of the shape. But yeah, the system is not straightforward. Copper pipes, no, none of my pipes are copper. You want copper pipes, use chutes. Gravity, base game, very limited. I'm not trying to override the base game, early game stuff. The pipe system is later game. The item pipes are mainly made of tin bronze. So you're gonna need a lot of tin bronze. You can smith pipes, I have a smithing recipe in there. It's much more expensive than doing it with a machine. So I added to the extractor, I added a pipe die cast for a pipe, and then you use ingots. 1 ingot equals 2 pipe. Or if you're smithing, 1 plate equals 1 pipe. So it's 2 ingots for 1 pipe, or 1 ingot for 2 pipes, depending on if you're automated or not. So you get a much better return when you actually use a machine, which is the point. So if you want copper, use chutes. That's my answer to that. Like copper, that's pure copper is chutes. And it's base game, early tech. I'm not looking to replace that. That is still good for early tech and still good to get your first pulverizer going, right? To get everything going. It's good for that. One thing I didn't test, but I'm pretty sure it'll work, is putting one of my pipes underneath a vanilla hopper. I haven't even tested. I didn't even think of testing that until just now. But yeah, having one of my pipes under a vanilla hopper, that should work just fine. You can even make that node an extract node underneath, and it should pull out of the hopper. But again, I haven't tested that. I didn't even think to test that, but the main point for my pipes is I wanted a really nice, easy way of moving items and fluids, because right now, there is no way of moving fluids in the game. The base game has zero way of doing it. And I was like, I need to rectify that, because in the MV tier, once I finish with the LV tier and I move on to the MV tier, that's where we're going to get our refineries, our distillation machines, the pump jack for crude oil. We're going to get a ton of fluid-based stuff in the MV tier, and I needed a way of being able to move that stuff around. And fluid pipes were it, right? I'm not going to bend over backwards and try to make some weird system like to create, like I just I needed a way to do it and protect the performance of the game. Every aspect of my mod, every aspect, I am trying to protect the performance of the servers and the client, right? And there are certain features that would completely destroy your FPS or your server update rate that I am avoiding. One of those are pipes that you can see the things or the fluids moving. That's one. Right? Conveyor belts. Rendering something on a conveyor belt, block to block to block, that is untenable. You cannot do that and protect server performance. So there are certain things that you're just going to have to accept in order to protect server performance, because there is no way of solving that problem of having hundreds of pipes in a world or hundreds of conveyor belts and have it be performance neutral. Like, there's no way to do it. So the pipes is based on the Minecraft pipes with a Z, which is a very low latency, very low lag inducing system. So you can move tens of thousands of things, tens of thousands of units or fluids or items, whatever, very, very quickly without any noticeable lag. And that was the point, is protecting the sanctity of server. Command line interface. Oh man. I haven't used command line since like 95. I used to love DOS, man. I just command line all day, but could one take advantage of chiseling and add silicon as material to the game in order to create computer chips, printed circuit boards? I mean, you could. A printed circuit board, it's gonna look pretty damn crude. The Signals mod attempted to do something very similar to that. Right? The Signals mod, he has an aspect of that mod. I don't know, I don't think he's updated it in maybe a year. But that had a chiselable like network signal path sort of system. I don't know how far he got with it. I can't imagine how much work that would have been, or how much work it would be to actually get it to work. But yeah, I just, I couldn't imagine. Did you say oil? Yes. One of my mods, one of my mods that already exists, I made it ages ago, for the purpose of this mod that I'm working on now. I anticipated me doing this mod, and so crude oil, right? Crude oil has been in the game. I made this mod. When was the first version? 2022. Right? It's been over 2 years that this mod has existed, and it works. And all it does is generate pockets of crude oil underground. That's all it does. That's all I wanted it to do, because I wanted any number of mods to possibly take advantage of it. So yeah, this and it only spawns. I tried to be low. I tried to be accurate. It only spawns in sedimentary rock, right? And it has to be deep. Like, I don't know what the percentage is, but when I looked up basically the general idea of crude oil, where it spawns, it was obvious, like, it's only in sedimentary rock and it has to be deep enough. And so I was like, here we go. So it does not spawn everywhere. It will only spawn in places where the rock strata, where the sedimentary layer goes deep enough. And when it goes deep enough, you'll get a spot of crude oil spawn there. And yeah, I plan on the pump jack being able to pump the crude oil out from underground. Literally pump out the blocks, right? Because a block space of fluid is 1,000 liters. So as it's pumping, it's going to pop those blocks out, right? Similar to how, like, Minecraft pumps work, like the Buildcraft pumps it'll have an internal, the pump itself will have an internal capacity, and as it drains out, as soon as it has enough space for another block, boop, it'll pull another block again. Right? So it won't overdraw. It's not going to draw more than what's there. But yeah, I absolutely plan on having crude oil. And also, there's going to be, and I'm getting way too far ahead of myself here, but if the crude oil mod isn't in the game, right? If the fluid of crude oil does not exist, the pump jack will still work. It'll just have a different methodology. Some different methodology that basically is like drill down to bedrock or mantle or whatever, like just some arbitrary thing, sort of simulating the crude oil underground. I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to ideas, or I'll just integrate crude oil into vintage engineering. That's something I could also do. I could depreciate this mod and just integrate that into vintage. But one thing I would like to get working, and I don't know how to do it yet, is, remember, I don't know if anybody remembers the old Buildcraft, like, spouts, the oil spouts that would appear on the surface, and you would pump them down, and then there would be a big bubble underground. The crude oil mod attempts to do that, but I couldn't get it to work. Everything would generate up in the air, right? It wasn't spawning underground. It was spawning, like, above the tree line. It's just like spouts of crude oil above the tree. I could not figure out how to get it to actually work. So if anybody wants that challenge, do a pull request and add crude oil to vintage engineering. I'd love it, because, oh man, I could not figure out how to get that to work. Okay. Today I wanted to start with making a fluid tank. Because right now, there is no way in the game to move fluids from A to B. Right? So let's say you have some crude oil and you want to bring it back somewhere. There's no way to do that other than hauling many, many buckets, which is stupid. So I want to make a tank, and it's going to kind of break. Yeah, it's going to kind of break physics a little bit. I always try to be realistic, but sometimes you can't because it's too unwieldy. I would love to be realistic, but if every block is 1,000 liters, let's think of it in terms of Minecraft for a bit, right? Minecraft is all about the buckets. Now, when you scoop up, let's say you're in Minecraft and you find oil and you scoop up a block of oil with a bucket, the bucket takes the oil away, right? So that means one bucket is one block, which means the bucket is 1,000 liters, which means the millibucket is a liter. That is essentially the unit of fluid measurement in Minecraft. A millibucket is a full liter of fluid. Now, a tank in Minecraft, many, many, many mods, including the versions that I'm inspired by, have tanks of varying capacities. The base, let's look at let's think of thermal or mechanism, right? I think the mechanism base tank was 16 buckets. Remember, the base tank is a single block in size. So, if the base tank is 16 buckets, that means it is 16,000 liters. And the max size tank is either, I think it might have been 128 buckets. It's either 128 or 256. Maybe it's even bigger. I don't know. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. If they've recently played through some of those mods. It's been several years since I played through. But even so, a single tank, a single block size tank, 128 buckets, that's 128,000 liters. Now, people have been using those mods for years with nobody complaining. Well, not very many people complaining. They seem to take it in stride. Because if you're taking fluid that's a block in size that you cannot compress, how are you going to make a tank that's anything but just a single block, like a single 1,000 liters? There's no way, realistically, to have a tank over 1,000 liters unless it was huge, unless it was a big tank. And that you can't carry with you. And I'm fine with people who want to focus on that. Most of the values will be editable in JSON anyway. If you want to rebalance it to be much harder, more power to you. I'm not going to limit you on that. I'm not going to hard code the tank's volume at all. But I need a way of moving lots of fluid from A to B in your pocket. And I am not going to implement trains in the game. I don't know how to do that, nor do I think people want to pay me in order to actually find out how to do it, right? Because that would be several years of work to try to get something like that working. Maybe Quentin will do it when he can retire from QP Tech. Maybe he'll work on trains. 32, 64, 256. Okay, thanks. But the multi-block exists too in mech. Yeah, there is a multi-block. There is a multi-block tank, and it is even more capacity than a single tank. Like the multi-block tank is huge, just like the induction battery. Like the multiple tiers of stuff gives you that unreal sort of capacity. So the tank for me, so we could go one of two ways. One tank, and that's it, or multiple tiers of tanks with varying capacity. Now, we could implement down the road a multi-block tank. It could be done. The multi-block stuff is not in the game yet. That kind of stalled a little bit. Let's see if anybody's done. Hey, look at that, 4 downloads. Yay. 4 whole people. 4 whole people. Look at that. Okay, so what was I? So the tank 18 by 18, yeah, 18. Yeah, for some reason mechanism sizes max out at 18. I don't know. Why it seems very simple. Okay, Zolkin, you do it. You have fun with that. And let me know how it goes, and just do a pull request adding trains to Vintage Engineering. I would be more than happy of throwing all the credit your way with that in mind. I'm more than happy to do that. But I have gotten requests to do more 3D stuff, even though this is not at all my skill set. So when we do come down to making the new multi-block machines and such, I'm really hoping some other community members come forward and want to help when it comes to 3D models and animations, because it takes me 4 times longer to do something 4 times crappier than they could do in an afternoon. So it's just not really my thing, the 3D objects. So if the 3D objects are crappy, then I am more than happy of getting those replaced. With limits to how they're made. There will be rules. And there are a couple machines in the mod right now that I have to go in and redo because they break the rules. The metal press and the LV generator are both using UV unwrapped textures, and that breaks the rules. Because we cannot have the LV machines using larger than 32 by 32 textures. You can use multiple textures, but having one giant like 96 by 96 texture completely breaks the texture atlas, and I'd rather not do that. Plus, it eliminates the ability for those textures to be reused for other machines. So it's just unfortunate, but yeah. And then the multi-blocks will also have rules. Because we could quickly see game performance drop, FPS drop, if people get too crazy with the textures in multi-block. So we've got to be careful with that. Okay, so the tank. What do we want the tank to look like? So here's the question. Not many people watching. I don't know how to get people engaged in this process. I just don't know how. But, it is what it is. What I'll ask is, do we allow more upgraded versions of tank, right? Let's say we have a tin bronze version, an iron version, and a steel version. Now, is that enough? But of course, it's going to be editable with JSON patching. You'll be able to add more varieties with more materials. Like, it's once you allow more than one type, it's pretty trivial adding more types, right? It's the first one that's tough. So, how do we want to do this? Cross-platform. I'm streaming on YouTube and Rumble. So I am crossing the streams, which I was warned against by the Ghostbusters. But I don't do Twitch. I don't like Twitch. I am just not a fan. And yeah, so it's the red app and the green app for me. Which I know, obviously is a limitation, but I think Twitch is too greedy. I think they're just too greedy. Okay. So, what do we want as far as our size to be? I think that I'm gonna go for like a mechanism style tank, right? And we're gonna have, let's see, bottom plate. I like being bottom plate, top plate. And then we're gonna want this. We're gonna go up, in, up. And then this is going to be corner 1. Copy. 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 There we go. And the only thing I don't know how to do yet is how to get the texture, how to get it to look like there's something inside the tank. I'm gonna have to see the barrel does it, right? The barrel fills up, but it doesn't have edges. It doesn't have sides. So how do you get the texture looking right? Because it would have to stretch, right? You're literally going to stretch the texture, because you can't have it sunk down and then slowly rise, because then the edges would stick out the bottom. And if this is sort of up on a shelf, the texture's it's gonna look funky, because you're gonna have these like curtains of like water or whatever, and it's gonna look horribly bad. So you'd literally have to have what? 1, 2, 3, 5 different polygons all getting stretched with whatever material is in the tank. That might look funky, but that's probably the only way you're going to do it. So the bottom would go up. That would just be a simple displacement. And then the sides, you would have to actually change the size of the mesh. So for now, I'm not going to worry about that. That's definitely not something I'm going to be able to figure out on camera, just for reasons. So yeah, I think I'm going to be skipping that for a bit. Okay, we're going to do this. This is going to be in, up. Oh. And then up like that. And then voxel size, this is going to be 0 in size. And then this is going to be in 2. Or should we go 3? I think we should go 3. So that insets it. It sets that out. And it's basically a flat plane. And this is going to be west face. And we're going to copy. And we're going to go, position is back. Voxel size is 14. And then 0. And then that there. Okay. And that is going to be north face. And then west face copy. This is going to be east face. And then north face copy. And this is going to be south face. Okay. Let's save. This is going to be shapes block tank. Fluid tank. Let's be specific here. Fluid tank. There. So these really thin ones here, you can put a texture on them, and it basically acts like glass. What I don't have are the actual textures. So what can we do? Let's just give it a base amount of texturing here. Base, image, import, blocks, machinery. Again, I've got access to yeah, here's your LV generator. I told you these textures, right? There's the LV generator, there's the metal press. Look at all that wasted texture space in there. It's just they're just bad. Okay. So like machinery, and then we're going to copy, Control-Alt-Shift, paste. And so the north, these can be sort of middle of the ground here. And then top can be the whole thing. So can the bottom. Right? So if we look, the bottom is this. Now, I would much rather have these textures sort of look like sort of like Mechanism does, but again, I can't I'm not a texture artist. I'm not I could spend days trying to make this look good and not even come close. Okay. So corner 1. Let's go image, import, bronze, apply, copy, paste, 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 paste. Okay. I think I'm going to go bottom plate, top, up, paste. And then top plate, down, paste. Get rid of that. I want to keep that, but yeah, get rid of that. God damn it, cat. So internally here, yeah. She joins me for some reason. I don't know why. She's gonna jump down within 5 minutes. I guarantee you. So this inside here, ideally, we would have a really simple texture, like something really simple, but that has like the markings. Yeah. Yeah, the purrs have started. Um, might be able to push something out quick. Let's save it. Uh, texture. Hmm. Now, the big question is, does QP Tech have one already? Because I still have, I got permission to try to use as much as I can out of it. Not source. Not that. QP Tech source. Where is the actual mod at? This is all the source code. Ooh, look at all that. Mods, maybe. Yeah, there it is. Mods, textures. Glass. Hoping to find. I don't even know at this point if UP Tech has a tank. I thought they did. Tank. There it is. Glass. No glass. Yeah, not really what I'm looking for. Um, glass.xcf. What kind of file is that? Look at the GIMP. This giant window. And it's just this tiny little thing. Ant, you are just too damn cute for your own good. Yeah. I don't even know what an XCF file is. Yeah, I don't like GIMP. I'm used to I've been using Photoshop for many years. um so yeah. Um oh, it's hard not to pet her when she's in my lap. Um
She has trained you
oh
well.
my goodness, it's an off.
Yeah, I've been on for a little bit, but
Um oh, now she's licking her toes. You lick those toes. Oh, she's chewing on her back nails. It's a bad habit to have, chewing on those nails. Um, okay, so, hmm, no glass. What I'll do, I'm gonna take this. Block. Tank glass. Oh yeah, I like. Um, wow, it's almost invisible. Um, so we could do a maybe a border. Okay, and then 16. What color should the little notches? I'm thinking like a bright green. So that's half. Um, oh nope. quarter. And 8, 16, 24, maybe, I think. If I know my multiples. And then do we want to go 30 and 4? 8 and then 4, right? Because it's 32. So 16 is the mid. 16 divided by 2 is 8. Divided by 2 is 4. 16 plus 8, 24. Plus 4 is 30. Or no, 20, 28. Why does it seem like there's not as many squares between this one and this one? $16, $24. I guess that'll have to do. I'm kind of doubting the green now. So what? Orange, maybe? Let's... We're going to do save. Save. Then we're going to save as PNG. I don't know. PNG 24. I don't know if 8 has transparency. So we have to go 24. But save, and this is in my this is in my Farming Sim mod page. So let's get that. Programming, vintage, mod, assets, vintage, textures, block, tank glass. Tank glass. M. For measurement. I didn't want to overwrite the original. Okay. Now, what, pray tell, does this look like? Face, west, image, import. There it is. I was like, where did it go? There it is. Apply. What? West face on the west side. East. There it is. Enabled. That's what I wanted. North, not enabled. South isn't enabled. Up is enabled or down. All right. So let's copy north face on the north side. Paste. East. South. Wait, north is paste. Oh, come on. West, west, copy. North, north, paste. There we go. West, disable up, disable down, disable. Okay. We're getting there. East, on the east, paste. North. I wonder if there's a hotkey to disable. Maybe. I mean, there might be, but I'm almost done anyway, so I might as well just finish her. Okay. And then south, south, paste. North, disable. East, disable. West, up, disable. Down, disable. There. Now, I could eliminate the borders on each side. How does that look compared to, like, you know, that? What's cool about it is you can actually see it from behind, too. That's kind of neat. I didn't anticipate that, but... maybe make those a little thinner. Go to east. So 1 over. That versus that. I kind of like it without. Right? So let's go south, east, north. And then there. Well, why can't I see? I can see, right, this is east. I can see the west face. Go to west, I can't see the east face. But I can see the north face. Why is there a difference? Why can't I see so if I look at the north face, versus the south face, I don't see any difference. Why would there be a difference? Right? That's weird. Yeah. The north and east don't show those behind, but these two do. If anybody knows, enlighten me, please, because I have no idea why that is. So the last thing we want to do is, once we get the inside shenanigans sorted out. Again, I don't know how we're going to do that. Honestly, I have no idea. Yet another thing that I don't know. I want to move these so there's not any Z fighting. So I need to move these basically halfway into there to kind of show that they're not fully done. So this is going to be 2.5. And then west, it'll be 2.5. And then east.
It might be a little early to worry about this, but the notches on the side should look a little bit weathered.
I don't
just because the glass has that kind of textured feel to it. The notches stand out a bit too much.
I mean, I could probably do like a clouds renderer and just sort of subtly change the shading of those.
Yeah, or possibly the glass. Just kind of overlay that texture on it.
There we go. Save that. I don't know why it keeps opening in my other monitor. Open recent Hank Glass. If I put these down here. There. I mean, that's just a simple like overlay, but it makes those so they're not so bright. So let's save that. Save Tank Glass M. There we go. There. I mean, they're not as bright now. They're a little weathered. The glass is basically overlaid from them. I still don't know why there's a difference. I can see them from this side, but not that side. I don't understand the difference. It's the same exact. It's the same texture. Element property shade. Is that different? Like north face. Render past default. South face. Render past default. I don't know. It's literally they're carbon copies of one another. Unless this needs to be spun around, because remember, in order to create the south face, I copied the north face and moved it down. So literally it's that's the only thing I can think of. Would be but other than that, like even the texture over here is on the north face of that texture. This one's on the south face of that texture. I don't like things like this that aren't like consistent. I don't like inconsistency in my thing. Okay, so a base version of the tank, right? This is the starting point. This is a starting point. If y'all have other ideas of how to do this, then more power to you. But let's take a peek real quick at how the barrel renders or adjusts the mesh inside of it. The barrel is one of the things that I've looked at the most in the vanilla game, because it's got so many little quirks about it, right? The internal, the stuff inside, right? The rendering of the thing that changes depending on what's in there. You can seal it, so it's a whole different shape when you seal it, so that swaps around. And hey Ray, thanks. Use GIMP a lot to make paints using iRacing. I mean, I'm sure that if you're used to all the shortcuts with GIMP, you're probably able to do it. For me, like the zooming and the scrolling and all of the little shortcut keys, I've been using Photoshop for 30 years. Like I know it so well that like something like GIMP is really hard to use because none of the shortcut keys, like pretty much none of the shortcut keys are the same. And I don't know why they did it that way. If they wanted to capture that Photoshop audience, they should have implemented the exact shortcut keys and how they work in GIMP, right? You can't copyright shortcut keys because they can be basically redone, right? So I just haven't gotten in to redo them all because I never have that much time or patience. Okay, so how does the barrel render the things in the stuff? Now, that is mainly done in the block, not the block entity. Block entity is like specific things, but the block has this gen mesh. So, shapes gets the shape closed empty. Remember, when it's sealed, it's a different shape. Barrel mesh, this tessellates that shape. Basically, it takes the shape, turns it into a mesh. If it's not sealed, then it grabs the attributes of what's inside of it. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Get content mesh from attributes. So this is looking at the attributes of the this is in barrel shape. So if we look at liquid, items, liquid, water, oh man. There's the texture. So Gen mesh. So this is getting the mesh for inside. How about the thing that determines how high up it is? Floor block position. Gen content mesh liquids. Huh. Weird. It's like I don't even know how the hell this does it. It's like uploading custom buffer information to the video card. Like that. I don't know. Get content texture. In container texture. Obviously, I. Well, at this moment in time, I don't know how to do it. I just don't. Because it's literally down to drawing a custom shape inside of here. So I'll. I'm just gonna leave it, and I'm gonna have to ponder on that for a while because I don't like rendering stuff. I don't like mesh stuff. I'm just not good at it. Some people are phenomenally good at it. I'm not one of them. So as far as showing the contents of said fluid tank, I am not going to worry about that for now because that is a can of worms that I really don't want to get into. So the other thing we would need to know, what are my base classes? Oh man, I don't know why I'm yawning. It's all the coffee I've drank. So block liquid container base. This is something we could do. Block liquid container base is all of the things. And we may be able to support this. Although there's a lot. Look at all there's a lot of stuff in here. Set content. Because for whatever reason, and I don't know the reason, fluid-based things are done in the block. And I don't know why. Every other inventory style stuff is done in the block entity. Right? Stuff, the chest content, stuff like that. So, like, block container, I remember when I was working on the pipes, oh my god, just all of the all of the things and the stuff. When I was working on the pipes, I realized like how much is done in the blocks when it comes to liquids, and I didn't understand it because like the barrel still has an inventory in its block entity. It still has the liquid only slot in the block entity, but for some reason it has like a lot of stuff in the base block. And there's really no way to have a unique block in the game, right? If a block is sitting there in the game, the class and the data are the same for the block for every block. If you have 50 barrels in your world, they all are the same block, but they all have unique block entities. So the block entities are unique, but all the blocks don't have unique data per block space. They just don't. I've never found anything like of the sort. But they do control the rendering stuff. So there has to be some communication with the block entity. I do that kind of thing with my metal press. Is the block entity informs the block which like mold it has in it, and then the block renders it out with the mold. But for the tank, I'm going to allow held liquid transfer. The neighbor's dogs are just so annoying. They're just constantly barking in the background. Yeah, see, we have capacity liters, high liquid interface. See, I'm more inclined to use my block entity that I created for the mixer. For the mixer, here's all the objects for the pipes, by the way. This transport namespace, like all of this stuff. This is all pipes. Oh, I'm in the way. Let me get out of the way. Yeah, all of this. GUIs, base block, inventory. I have to have a custom packet for things. Did that last week. We have the fluid pipe and the item pipe and the two different transport handlers. Remember, you can add your own. If you want to tinker around and make like a gas pipe, you just create your own pipe, right? Your own block entity. Derive it from mine, BE pipe base. And then in your pipe, you have your own transport handler that derives from iTransport handler. And you just use what I have done in here. Like the fluid pipe, this is a fluid pipe. This is it. Right? And this is the item pipe. Of course, I told you there's a lot of custom conditions that I'm blocking, right? So if it's a boiler, condenser, animal basket, anvil part, block randomizer, cooked container, crock, dead crops. Dead crops are containers. Why? I don't know. Display, fruit press, like all of this stuff doesn't interface with the item pipes. I'm sorry, but it's too prone to shenanigans. Like block entity cheese, like please don't think you're going to be able to hook up a bunch of cheese wheels to your pipes. I was trying to get the barrel going because you can interface with the barrel if it's on the top up face, but I couldn't get it to insert because it like only allows, I don't know, it's weird. It only allows certain things in. I couldn't quite, I mean, you can play with it, see if you can get it to take anything, but the barrel is finicky because you can't really auto craft with it because you have to be really exact with how many things you put in it, right? If you have 20 liters of fluid, it adds a different amount of items to craft. Like you have to be very careful with that, which is why it's more of a manual process, which is why I didn't really go out of my way to support like things. I think you can extract from it to a certain extent. But again, that's also kind of untested. Oh, man. Because I would like to at least semi-support some optimization. I mean, you can push fluid in. You can like fill it with water. So an ideal thing would be fill it with water and then manually add like oak to turn it into tannin, which then you can turn into like strong tannin, which then you can turn into leather. And as soon as the leather is made, it would be nice to be able to extract the leather into a chest and then just have it fill up with water again automatically. That would be nice. But I kind of ran out of time to get the update out. And I had an 11-hour long power failure last night. And it was serious. Like, literally, I was hearing sounds of welding and chainsaws like all night. Like something bad happened somewhere. It's like right down the block from me. I don't know what happened, but I know when the power went out, there was a loud boom when it did. So either a car hit a pole or a tree fell down. Like, I don't know what happened, but it took 11 hours to fix. Had to go out and get new milk today because it went bad. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here that the item pipe won't connect to, but yeah, can connect to, controls what it can connect to, and then your handlers are largely the same, but you know, my logic in here is very, I mean, it's very similar between items and fluids. There are certainly differences, but they're very, very similar. And a gas one would be no different, except obviously you wouldn't have to have any vanilla interface custom code for gas because nothing vanilla takes gas. So, but I would do an interface similar to my fluid interface. For gas. But we look at our block entities. I think it's a base block fluid container. This has my IV liquid interface. So this is my base class for my mixer. This is the mixer class. So yeah, the game is phenomenal. If you're a fan of the genre, it is fun. And it depending on how much time you have and how patient you are, one or more of my mods help. The whole reason I made them. So if you find yourself struggling to find resources, i.e. metal of any kind, my Ores of Plenty mod is good for that. If you find yourself wanting to build a little freer or explore a little faster, my Angel Belt mod has that covered. If you get tired of getting attacked, especially at night, then my Night Watcher mod will help with that, which blocks drifter spawns around it, as well as you can actually add whatever entity you want, and it'll block that too. But I think drifters works by default. And maybe bears and wolves. I can't remember what I put in there by default. But yeah, any mix of my mods will help teach you the game and get you into it a little more. Especially the Ores of Plenty. And there's some changes. I know there's some changes in Ores of Plenty that aren't for everybody. And you can delete those JSON patches if you want. But like making redwoods more prevalent, stuff like that, you can customize it to whatever you want. But anyway. So, we have a really simple block entity that basically implements my interface. And why I made this interface is I have one interface that defines all of the key points. Allow pipe liquid transfer. Allow held liquid transfer. Transfer size leaders. And then get auto pull from and auto push into. Very simple things, right? And it is what it is. But I think these should be virtual. And now there's a truck outside. I can't catch a break, you guys. I literally like I don't know what the hell he's doing out there. You remember the chainsawing and stuff that was going on outside for like several days. They left a bunch of shit out there. There are branches and pieces of log. They just left them out there. Right? They literally cut the tree down right outside my window. And they just left a bunch of shit on the ground. And it's like, it's the shoddy. Maybe they're here to clean up the rest of it, because man, I went out there yesterday and I was like, what the hell? They left it all, like all these branches and stuff on the ground. I was just like, who does that? But anyway, I don't even know why they cut that tree down. There's a
Are there power lines or anything close to it?
Nothing close. And
weird.
What's weird is, right, they cut that tree down, and literally 30 feet away is another tree that's been dead for literally years. It's been dead as long as I've lived here, which is years. That tree has been sat dead on a hill, and it's not on the property of this complex, right? It's on the neighbor's property. And so the tree has just been sitting dead. The same with this one they cut down. So why did they cut this one down and get rid of it? And then this dead-ass tree over here is just sitting there. Like, I see that tree sitting on, I'm like, man, that'd make some great firewood. Like, that tree has been dead, sitting in the sun on that hill for literally 10 years. And it's like, man, I'd make some great firewood chopping that up. But I have neither chainsaw nor axe, so okay, getting back to it here. I think yeah, these need to be virtual. Um because let me go look at my mixer. Da, da, da. Yeah. So these two, input and output liquid slot, this largely controls the auto input and output. So that's kind of how those are overridden. I'd made those virtual just in case you need to override them. You don't have to, of course. But if you derive another class from this one, you can override a virtual. That way you can override this if you need to. But I don't think we would need to really redo any of this. Of course, a tank just has one slot that has a capacity, and the input and output slot would be exactly the same. Oh my god, that truck is on. Also, I took the opportunity that my computer was off to plug in my new keyboard. So, as you see behind me, my old keyboard sitting there. And I think half of its weight is cat hair. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So I think I'm gonna ignore the base game block. So the derived types from block, liquid, container, base, the barrel, the boiler. That's QP Tech. That's QP Tech. Block, liquid, container, top opened is the bucket and the condenser. So these, it's a subclass. Yeah. Let's see what QP Tech did with his tank. What did he? Might have to look at how he did his tank to see if he did. On before render. So what? I don't know. He like caches all of the shapes. Yeah. Basically, what you may have to do is create a set of shapes of just the content, and the shape would just be like the core of that. And then you would take the tank and tessellate that, and then you would add the shape of the item in the tank scaled to however full it is. I think that's essentially what you would have to do. So you can see the num here, content stack dot stack size divided by in container items per liter. So this num is in container props. Yeah, you got to kind of ignore a lot of the shenanigans that DNSpy does. It's just like bool flag 3 equals num less than or equal to 10. If flag 3, it's like no. If num is less than or equal to 10, like I don't know why you would do this before this, but it's just DNSpy being weird. Like I don't know why they do that way. Maybe that's how it compiles. That's kind of weird, though, that it would declare a variable and then check the variable, but that's kind of how CPUs work, right? So that kind of makes sense, but it just takes up a block of, takes a spot of memory. So shapes block metal container. I wonder if he has a shape for every. I kind of wanted it to go up slowly, but ooh, another one we could look at. Ooh, there's another one. Forge. The Forge contents block entity Forge. Where's the block? There. No, that's the block. Block entity Forge. So I'm guessing the on render would be the block Forge. There it is. This one, if you fill the Forge up with coal or charcoal and you light it and you look at it, it visibly drops. It's very, very slow, but it visibly drops. So that has to ignitable. Maybe there is I was really hoping to do this without a custom renderer, with just shapes. Forge contents renderer. Get custom quad horizontal. Oh, Lord. So here's the problem with basically everything in the game. They're all covered on each side. Only the top is visible. Only the top here is visible. The sides, you would have to have another quad. So quad mesh util, is there a quad vertical? That's a good question. Quad horizontal. quad model. Oh Lord. UV, U2, V2, DX, DY, DW, DH, RGBA. Good God. Returns a single vertical quad mesh of the vertices going from -1, -1 to 1, 1 with UV without RGBA. Like you'd have to you'd have to just specify a color in this case, right? So the water color, lava color, you couldn't use a texture for it. That's what it's looking like. At least I wouldn't want to support a texture with a custom. Oh my God, that would be just. It's just beyond my coding skills. I mean, I have to be honest. It's not. This kind of stuff is just not. It's not my forte. Let me put it that way. It's not my forte. So, we want to create a tank class that basically allows us to interface with everything else, including my pipes. So this fluid container BE, we don't need electricity. I don't think I want to take it from this. Because it's a tank. It doesn't need power. Something like the pump will. 100% the pump is going to. And if you have an idea, if you have the spark of creativity to make me a single block pump that looks cool, then I would be more than happy, because that's one of the things I want to get done. But yeah, we need a way to pump like water, lava, crude oil, or whatever liquids are in the ground. Okay. So I don't want to use our fluid container BE because it's just, yeah. So block entity. BE fluid tank. Do I want to do block entity liquid container? I really don't think I do. Oh my God. Come on. Back. There we go. Block entity. Liquid container. I mean, it's not bad. Block entity liquid container is not, doesn't have very much stuff to it. Although, why does this not allow you to push into? This defaults by overriding your ability to push into it by saying, nope, you cannot. So if you derive from this class, if I could speak, that would be helpful. And then you do base.initialize in the new class. This is going to override. Oh no, it's virtual. You can override it yourself if you want to. Okay, good. Okay. Put this over to one side. But we also want the liquid interface because reasons. There's gonna be a little bit of duplication here and there. Inventory class name is going to be VE fluid tank. Right? That's pretty much all you have to do to override that. But obviously we're going to have more. And then this we need to implement. This is a whole lot of things. We're going to return 0. No, what is this? There we go. I'm still getting used to my new keyboard. So, the input and output liquid slot IDs are exactly the same. Allow pipe liquid transfer, true. Allow held liquid transfer, true. Transfer size liters per second. That we're going to need to grab. I think we're going to grab that from the JSON. This dot attributes base dot attribute no. Attributes. Why don't I have access to attributes? What about this process? Weird. Okay. Get auto pull from slot. I don't. Um, push into slot. Yeah. The reason I have to sort of duplicate this is this fluid tank is not does not derive from the other base class because this does not need power. I don't need power in here. Now, and I know people hate it. I'm sorry, but I have to. It just allows me to organize the code a little bit. I can just like that's done. Like those are all it. That's it for that whole interface. Just I don't need to deal with that anymore. Now we need to do public override initialize. Inventory. Let's do override get auto push into slot. There. So that's the base game one. This is mine. This will return a liquid only slot, but that's also an item slot. So it just casts itself as an item slot, but it is a liquid only slot. So yeah, I just kind of pass that off to the base game or to my interface, which allows you a little bit more control over the input and output. Because the base game, it assumes that you only have one slot for fluids. Like the barrel is just one fluid slot. There's no input, output, there's nothing like that. Whereas most of my machines are going to have separate tanks for input and output. It's just how it works. So as far as initializing the inventory, how let's look at block entity. Let's see the derived types barrel. Okay, barrel. Everything is lowercase in the game, so let me do that. And then we want a constructor. So an empty constructor is handy to have. Inventory equals new inventory generic 1 null null on new slot delegate. And I also know people hate this. Delegate int ID inventory generic self. If ID equals 0, return new item slot liquid only self capacity do I have access to attributes at this point? No. Do I have access to this? Nope. What? Where are my attributes at? Why am I not seeing? I'm in the block entity. Block entity. I should have access to attributes. Why the hell don't I? Base.block.attribute. There they are. Base.block.attributes of, let's just arbitrarily do capacity. Dot get in, no. Dot as int. It's so weird. Like, there are times when I can do like attributes dot get int, and there are times I can't. I don't know what the difference is. Attributes dot as int. Let's do 1,000. Okay. Capacity leaders, that's good. And that's there. Not gonna really worry about like suitability and stuff right now, but and if you're wondering what I'm looking at, I'm actually just looking at the block entity barrel. So it derives from the same class. So I just kind of looked to see like what it does, what it's like, what it actually goes through. Get auto push into slot. We already did that. There's the initialize. Capacity leader. Block entity barrel. So we're gonna do it's an int. So private int Whoa, if I could, wow. Yes, I'm spelling liters ERS. Fine. I'll be consistent. Oh wait, this is in the let's put this. I'm hoping I can change this. Why are you you're upset because you literally only have one slot, so let's not so the initialize capacity there it is. Inventory. Oh, inventory of 0 as item slot liquid only dot capacity liters equals capacity liter. So we set it to the default value in the constructor, and then when we initialize it, we actually initialize it with the amount. But remember, the initialize the initialize is called after from tree attributes. So we can't have any logic between from tree attributes and initialize that sanity checks the capacity. Because let's say we have the version that's 128,000 liters, so we load that in, but the default is 1,000. So it's like, how do I have that much? And like, so you understand, like we can't. I mean, I could just set this to like int.max, right? I could easily do like int.max value. And then that's the default. Then we squeeze it down into what it should be. Because this object, right, this base class is used for all tiers of tanks. So we have to kind of adjust for that based on the JSON that we pull in. And then we want the transfer per second, which is here. So we want another private int transfer per second. Oh, I love it when it just knows what I want to do. Transfer per second. And I know people also hate these. This is basically delegate. It's just a return the, like, it's just, I initially didn't know what it was for either. And then I learned what it was for, and I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. There are very few features in C# that aren't, like, driven for coding faster. Like, it's just allows you to code faster. Right? So, let's see. Capacity liters, and then we want transfer equals base.block.attributes of transfer per second. Not as int. Whatever. 100. It is what it is. The higher tiers, I don't know. I don't think my pipes look at that at all right now. So, this is largely meaningless. I don't have any logic in my pipes that actually limits it by this. The pipes move stuff based on the upgrade you put into them. So the transfer per second of a tank, maybe not even care. I'm of the mind now. Let's just not care. Let's just limit it to whatever the pipe can do. Yeah, I like that idea. Less for me to have to debug. So it looks like the barrel adds a tick listener every 3 seconds. It ticks on the server. That's probably, yeah, it's just checking recipes. Or continuing the craft of the recipes. So the tank is not going to do any recipes. We're not going to have anything regarding that. And the tank will also provide a little bit of experience doing this for when we get to batteries, because batteries are going to be another thing. I'm gonna have to do a battery. It's going to be like a crude battery for LV. So the LV tier will have a crude battery, but I need to get the battery in and implemented so I can test it and debug the network, the electric network, and how it like. There's probably something in the logic that is faulty. Theoretically, it's good, but there's always a little subtle nuance to the code that you have to tweak after the fact in order to get it right, get it kind of perfect, get it behaving the way you want. Okay, so capacity liters is grabbed from the attributes, and that's kind of all I am caring about. With a single slot, yeah. So code-wise, we close that. Really? What? Why? Why were you thinking for a second? Open. No, I don't want to. I don't want to open from that directory. Blocks. LV. I'm going to open the mixer. And I'm going to save it as VE fluid tank. I'll worry about those in a second. These are not going to be varianted on the side. It's going to be the same no matter how you place it. So behaviors. I'm going to leave this. I'm going to clear that out. And then side will be tier. Because we're going to have multiple tiers of this, remember? That's funny. I don't know.
I am Joe's comment.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I was gonna add to that comment, but algorithms.
Animatable. Yeah, this entity behaviors, we don't need animatable. We don't need the power. Remember, power now is being distributed by behavior. So attributes. Group by fluid tank dash star, exclude by type false. Attributes allowed, transfer, we don't care. We're not crafting. We don't have any wire nodes. We don't have recipes. Okay. Shape by type. And I know it's terrible, but I completely I don't remember like instantly the syntax for like this. So I have to look it up every time. States. Tier. States. And we're going to have tin, bronze, iron, steel. I don't know. Should there be another one? Temporal steel. I have an idea with the temporal steel one. I have an idea. One of my favorite mods for Minecraft. Well, at least one of my favorite mods for Minecraft that enables really clean factories. If you can name it. Name that mod. One mod that allows you to make really clean factories where you have stuff in the nether, you've got stuff in the end, you've got stuff all over the map. Which mod allows you to make it really clean, moving that shit around? I'm sure everybody will be able to think of it. Think this is the syntax? Again? Yes. I am right about that. Okay. Attributes by type. Capacity. Let's do... Should we do 8,000? Now let's do 16. 16 blocks worth of fluids in the tin bronze. And then the iron, we're going to jump that to 64. The steel, we're going to jump that to 56. And then the temporal steel will also be 16. You might ask yourself, why? Why would the temporal steel only be... Well... So... the answer to my riddle, which is not really a riddle, but Ender Storage. The Ender Storage mod, which I don't even know if it's been updated for the recent, like, 1 dot something, 20? What are we up to now? 1.20? Like, the Ender chests and especially the Ender tanks. To be able to define like a certain, like almost, I would say it would be a channel, right? The three colors. You have three different knobs, three different things, three different colors. The ability to define that, and then that is like a universal. That is the temporal steel version of the tank. Would be that. So class, I don't even know. What should we do? The base blocks, the block mixer. We might need a tank block because the block mixer has like yeah, the block mixer has some code in it. Because remember, the base game, the block interactions is fluids and whatever. I can't even read through this right now. But again, they come from electric block. And while there's probably not a lot, it derives from wired block. And wired block, again, the tanks are not going to get wired up. So I don't need wired blocks. I just need blocks. So yeah, I don't think electric block. I think we'll have to have a special tank block, which is fine. It's something that is good to have anyway. Oh, this white space at the end of the lines, I really hate that it doesn't get rid of it automatically. Okay, so this initialize sets the flags. I'm not going to worry about the mesh stuff right now. That would only be on the client, so that would be client stuff for rendering content mesh. Anyone want to tackle that for me? I really don't want to do that. I hate rendering shit. I just hate it. It's so prone to nasty little bugs and memory leaks. As far as slot modified, again, all that would do is update the mesh, so I'm not worried about that. What I do want is override get block info. So get block info. This is what brings up the top of the text there when you look at the block. So what we can do is we're going to do base get block info. We'll see what that has in it. That might have either too much. Let's see what is in the base. So the barrel does not call base. I'm assuming the base is probably going to put a lot more nasty business in there. So I'm going to comment that out for a second. And we're going to go string builder. DSC dot append. This is between append and append line. Append line. This dot get name. Base dot block dot get name. Get held item name. Item stack. Get. I thought it was just get name. Weird. Now let's get held item name. I don't want to. I'm literally looking at the block. Why does this hate me? Why does this hate me? Block entity, get block info. Oh, all that does is look at the freaking behavior. Get name. I just want to get the block, like the tank. Base dot get name. No. I don't know why. Why is this so hard? Like, why?
Snicker.
No. I've done this 1,000 times with 1,000 different things, and I cannot remember how I did it. Get name. So get name is specifically to the item stack. That's why I thought I should be able to get it, because yeah, it's the item stack that has it. And entities, incidentally. But oh, I hear rains. I gotta go check my windows. I'll be right back. Make sure there's no water getting in. All right. Like, now I just have to see. Get block info. Base. Go to definition. Oh, it went all the way to here. To block entity. What is this? Block entity openable container. I guess my electric BE doesn't have. Nope. Wow. Okay. So I guess like get block info. Maybe I should just keep that. What I'm trying to avoid is the big like description text underneath. I don't want that. I want the name of the block. Dun dun dun. Then I want DSC dot append line. $, quotes. Let's do inventory of 0 dot item stack dot get name. If inventory. Well, let's do inventory of 0 dot empty. So inventory of 0 dot item stack dot get name. So if it's empty, it'll skip this, right? If it's not empty, it's going to get the name, colon, and then inventory of 0 dot item stack dot stack size divided by 1000. So that's like liters, right? The curly braces, what's nice about this, the string inline function here, this is, I mean, I don't know what version added this. It's a more recent version of C#. But the $sign is like, interpret what's in curly braces as code and what's not in curly braces as just, regular strings. And so it basically is an inline way of putting those parameters in. And it's so much cleaner than having a string with like a curly brace 0, curly brace 1, curly brace 2, and then have a bunch of parameters on the outside. And mentally, you have to like this parameter, like they get swapped in. This way, it just builds the string with everything in place and allows you to actually see it, which is really, really nice. So the stack size is, well, shit. The one problem with that is the items per liter. Fine, watertight. Oh, what was the class? Block, entity, liquid, container, dot, get, no. What was the block, entity, liquid, container, dot? There was one that has a static get, contain. I wish they would have put it in just a helper, like utils class. Get liquid drops. Get liquid okay. I do it all the time in my fluid pipe. It's a block, not block entity. Block liquid container base. That is what I'm going for. Dot get containable prompts. Inventory of 0 dot item stack. So I want to curly brace the no. Curly brace these. So the reason why we need to grab those is rather than divide it by 1,000, I need to divide it by w prompts dot per items per liter, because that can change, right? What if crude oil is 1,000 items per liter? What if you measure crude oil by the milliliter, not by 100? So it's not a universal divider. It has to come from the W prompts. And I can do it even better and go int let's see. what kind of value? It's a float? Why is it a float? Float per liter equals W props. W props does not equal null. W props dot items per liter colon 100. So yeah, if W props is null, then I still want, I still need to divide that. So I'm going to default it to 100. So that's going to take whatever stack size is in there. Maybe there's 100, maybe there's 1,000, maybe there's 5,000. But you're going to divide it by that per liter, and that'll give you the liters of fractional liters in there. I'm hoping that I don't have to surround that with anything. I'd have to look up how to do that. Okay, so that gives us, if we look at the block, that'll tell us in our HUD how much is in there. Because right now, obviously, there's not going to be a visual indication. It's going to be just that number alone is going to tell us that there's whether or not there's something in it. And then what I'm going to do is add another variant onto here. And this one is going to be infinite sync. Oh, if I could type today. Jesus. My brain is like it's disconnected from my fingers sometimes. I swear they just do their own thing when they're typing. I don't know if this is like a new problem or, geez, it's so annoying. Okay, shape by type. Shape is going to be the same no matter what. Okay. That's going to be the shape. No rotate. Block LV fluid tank. Let's just double check that is indeed where the shape is. Block. Nope. It's just in block. And then we want nothing in here that, yeah, right in here. Textures by type. And here is we want to specify like star dash tin bronze. And then we look in the texture, we look in the shape, and you can see these things right here, bronze and machinery, right? These are the two that we can change. The glass, I'm not really anticipating the glass needing to be changed, but bronze and machinery are ones that we can change. Soft food's only in diaper. God, I hope that's a ways away. I really don't want to deal with that. So bronze is the first one. And then machinery is the next. Now, I think this is how it's done. Nope. Bronze, colon, squigglies, base, colon. Why they have to do that? Machinery, colon, squigglies, base, colon. So this ties it back to there. I don't know why you'd have to do base, like why you have to say base, but I'm using my pipe upgrades as an example, right? So here's all the pipe upgrades, and I added at the last minute, I added a silver and brass version. So the silver and brass version, they move as fast as a copper, but the silver unlocks the filter, right? And then the brass unlocks the distribution, right? So if you want, and it also made it super easy to test because I was able to move stuff slowly and test the filter to make sure that it did what it did. And then I can move stuff slowly and change the distribution and do that debugging. So it just helped the debugging, but it also allows you earlier on to get access to filters and distributions. So I added a silver version and a brass version. And of course you have to, craft them with silver and brass. So they're not free, but here's the textures, right? Copper and then shiny brass. That's what that texture is called inside of the 3D shape file or the shape file. And then this base, I don't know why you have to keep doing the base, but it is what it is. I'm just going to go with that because it doesn't crash and it works. So tin bronze is the default here. And then we have iron, steel, temporal steel, and the infinite sink. And again, because this is all done in JSON, you can add your own if you wanted to. Iron, steel, temporal steel, and infinite sink. So, what textures do we use with these? Well, let's go peek at our textures. So iron, we have a shiny iron. We have a worn steel. I like the shiny iron. Very sort of generic. This worn steel plate might be good. Yeah, let's do... Yeah, let's do worn steel plate for the iron. Steel, let's do shiny iron. And then temporal steel has its own thing. All right. And then the infinite sink. I'm going all out. This is basically for a testing version, but I'm going to make it gold because why not? I mean, it's literally like a creative item that's not going to have a recipe. And then exclude by type, star false, star dash infinite sink. True. I don't know. I think you do the exceptions first and then the things. Can't remember which order those go in. Okay, so this kind of sets all this. We can do the GUI trend. We can do all of that later. Fluid tank north. No fluid tank. Dash star. I don't. The creative inventory stuff. I have no idea. I just don't care enough. I don't play creative. I just don't. If somebody wants to go through my whole mod and make it all nice and pretty and creative, more power to you. But I just don't. I just don't think why would you play in creative mode and have a bunch of machines? Like you can just drag stuff into your inventory. There's no point in having machines. So the attributes are going to be the same. These two are going to be the same regardless. And then entity class by type will be star. Oh my god, cat. I put away the thing. Why? Why do you insist on coming up here every 5 minutes? Huh? Why? Here I thought she was like was nice and asleep on the couch. Like the fluid tank dash star. And then what in vanilla would have a different class depending on a variant? Plants, maybe? Crops? Okay. So unfortunately they spell all of them out. That's probably a bad example. What other things? Yeah, I hear the subtle purrs. Resonator. Oh, what was the teleporter? Riff. No, there it is. Static translocator. This is a good. Yeah, there we go. See those whiskers. Yeah. So this class by type here, state normal, broken, unrepairable. So yeah, star, and then dash unrepairable. So star is the last one. So the exception is first. Star dash infinite sync. class we're going to have to do by type as well. Oh, purrs. So hard. So hard to resist the purrs. They're so adorable. Um, does anything not? Identity class by type. So for now, if I exclude the exceptions and only give an entity class by type. So class by type. And again, the exceptions go above it. And then entity class, I can just take away. Oh, not the star. Not sure how the game handles an empty rather than a missing. Hmm. Yeah, if this is empty, I mean the tag exists, but it's no, it might really not like that. So we have to be careful. And see, that's why I put out a new version today, because this is the kind of thing that takes a while. And it's getting really warm and humid in here. So unfortunately, I have to turn my air conditioner on. Okay. So Don't need this to be an electric block. Um, oops. Okay. What is our block base class going to look like? We're going to need some watertight containable props. Like this triput liquid, if we do an analyze on this, I'm pretty sure the bucket interface is using this iLiquid sync, right? Set and put. Source interface. I hate that this is 3 separate interfaces. Why do you need 3? Why do you need 3 different ones? If you're interfacing with liquids, interface with liquids. Why are you separating these out? It doesn't make any sense to me. Why do you have these all 3 separate? So the bucket That's weird. Is there an on interact? Yeah. I think I basically like copied this for the mixer. A lot of the same stuff, but I didn't do the interfaces on the block. I did them for the block entity. Which is why this is basically a pass-through. Oh man. Yeah, it's a pass-through to those functions on the block entity. Dummy slot dot try to put it into bucket that set content. Okay. Well, I just want to get it in the game. So let's derive it for now from block. And we are going to need some shenanigans here eventually, but I'd like to at least get it in the game. Register blocks. I think it's VE block fluid tank that I set. $34, yeah. Wait till 40 when stuff starts breaking on you. And I don't mean your computer, I mean your actual body. Your back starts hurting. You take more bathroom break. Like there's just like this switch that flips. You turn 40 and it's like, oh yeah, now you got this to deal with and this to deal with. Fun times. There she is again. This is lap trip number 3 today, everybody. She can't just stay in my lap and just fall asleep like she does sometimes. She doesn't do it all the time. She does it sometimes. Where she lays and just sleeps for hours and hours. But I'm never talking, I'm never streaming when she does that. She doesn't like that. She's getting more and more used to it, but you'd think she'd be used to it by now. After, what, 3 years? 2 years? How long have I had you? Huh? How old are you? She was 6 when I got her. Okay. Let me just verify VE block fluid tank. VE block fluid tank. Bill? Hoot. Now, the other thing we need to do there's a lot of strings in here to localize everybody. This is a massive mod. Let me tell you, it's a big one. It's a big mod. There's a lot of stuff to this mod. a lot of descriptions and names and other things and stuff. Okay. GUI fluid tank in bronze. Actually, this is done for me. I need to get the syntax. Block. Okay. Block. This is the big one right here. I don't think I need to do that. Tin bronze. How do I add the capacity? I think there's a way to do it. To add like a parameter on here, but still getting used to this keyboard. Um, sorry, had to take a chin scratch break here. Yeah. Oh, the cat! Just the plumes of cat hair that come off of her. I really need a vacuum again. So this one I believe was 16. Yeah, 1664 256. Right, these are thousands of liters. Just got to get used to that. Um, Quantumly, is that it? As you can see, I have big plans. We may not have it in or craftable yet, nor is the temporal steel that it's going to take actually craftable, but we'll get there. I just want to have it in there just to give people a little bit of taste of what's going to come. Okay. A infinite sink / source. A creative fluid sink or source. Right click with a bucket to set infinite source. Infinite source. Source. Portion. Quantumly. I like that. Quantumly entangled. Let's set this no. Okay. So yeah. I run into this all the time. The fact that The fact that he uses the metric system, so it's in liters, but the fluid portions are not milliliter. Why? That would make it so much goddamn easier. These are in, what is it, deciliters? So it's 1/100 of a liter is one portion, not 1,000. So when I set the capacity to 50,000, I'm setting it to 50,000 liters. But the items per liter is 100. So when I divide the capacity by 100 to get the liters, like I just don't understand why you wouldn't have it be a meal, like a portion, right? A portion, a milliliter. That would make sense. The minimum amount in the game would be a milliliter. And granted, it's a minuscule amount of fluid, but wouldn't that make more sense than a deciliter? I think it's a deciliter, a 1/100th of a liter. What is
it might be 10th.
1/100 a liter called?
Deciliter is 1/10.
Yeah. It's a centiliter. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's even worse.
Oof.
It's a centiliter. 1/100th of a liter is a centiliter. Why, for all that's right and holy, would he do that? Like, it's rough. It is rough. Let's go blocks. Wood. Barrel. Huh. There's not even watertight containing props in here. So, what about the bucket? Oh, liquid container. Well, that's weird. Liquid max Y translate. Oh, that's showing you, like, interesting. I'm gonna have to look at the bucket then on how it does its content, because yeah, it looks like opaque content shape location, liquid content shape location, empty shape location. Oh, that's the empty, yeah. Transfer size liters 1, capacity is 10. So it's like whatever. But this liquid dried, I'm assuming this for the bucket is the fill level, and it's like this is the max height of the bucket, so it's like don't go up over that. So it's just however much it's full, that's its max value, and it just scales percentage wise on that value. It's pretty easy to discern there. But yeah, figuring out all the rendering stuff, that's a different monster. Okay, so the temporal steel I bumped up to 50 liters. Well, 50,000. Yeah. These are thousands of liters. Because remember, in Minecraft, a bucket is a block which is 1,000 liters, right? It's just called one bucket, not 1,000 liters. So if you have a block of water, that is 1,000 liters of water. So a tank, right, to be at least worth crafting and making has to be higher than a single block. So yes, it's breaking physics a little bit, especially the steel variant, which is 256 blocks worth of buckets, or worth of, 256 blocks worth of fluid. But this is going to be the amount of liters. So in my code, my divider, I'm not going to worry about that, or that, or that, or that, or that, that, or that. Capacity liters was in initialize. Yes. So that's right. Capacity liters. But we need to scale based on what items per liter. This is what's breaking my brain. If I have an item, let's say I have 100 water portions. Well, 100 water portions is a liter, right? So 50,000 liters needs to be 100 times whatever the portion size is, right? Because you're containing items, you're containing the portions, not a full liter of a portion, the fractional liters. You can have 2 portions, right? 2 100ths of a liter you can have in there. So you need to then multiply the items per liter. Wrong one. Capacity liters, that gets that. Can I make it back? There's the barrel. Yay, I made it back. Initialize. Because I need to initialize... Well, maybe I don't. This initialize, the base initialize... No. There it is. The base of initialize initializes the inventory. So that's good. So I don't need to worry about that. Or the liquid only item slot. Shouldn't that automatically adjust its quantity? Right? Because this is a liquid only slot and I'm looking at it. and we're setting capacity liters. So maybe it works out. Maybe. Oh, that was an error. Okay. It's those. Remember those empty quotes I left in there? Yeah, it did not like that at all. All right. Yeah, this is the mod, the pipes. Right? You've got the filter. We right-click the filter. You can see we've got wildcards in there. Soil dash star, ore dash star, copper ingot. And we can just right-click this into there, and it puts it in for us. And if we put copper in there, we put any ore, right? So ore dash bismuth coal, that in there. The fertility soil, that's soil dash star, remember? But then if we put like relays in, boom, those get moved. Because those don't get skipped. So good times. I told you they work. And fluids work too, of course. And for now, like I said before, pipes will be you can pull infinite amounts of water from a source block, right? So it detects that this is a block of water or a block of liquid. The lava works too, but it detects that and it moves it. That is temporary and testing only for people to get used to it and to give me feedback. Eventually, we'll need a pump down there to pump water. And a pump, it'll have a range that it goes out, and then it'll also have a threshold where it finds X amount and it treats it as infinite, right? Similar to how Create works. Although I highly doubt I would do 10,000 blocks, right? So you need in Create, you need 10,000 blocks of a fluid in a volume for it to treat it as full, right? Or infinite, rather. Sorry. To treat it as infinite. Well, imagine the algorithm that has to go out and spider its way through the fluid to figure out whether it's 10. You need at least 10,000 blocks to find unique blocks to hit that threshold. So you need to iterate at a minimum 10,000 times. So that sounds like a lot to me. Maybe we can do it on a separate thread. Maybe there might be a way to do that, of just like spinning that off and just allowing it to churn its way through on a thread. But it still needs access to the world, and God forbid if you edit the fluid in that time, like God help you. But let's see, tank. We have fluid tank, tin bronze. Look at that. Glorious. So it looks like the texture, no, the textures are invisible. Somebody wants to let me know why that is. I would love to fix that. I just don't know anything about it. So that's what the tin bronze tank looks like. The iron tank looking pretty good. And then the steel tank looking pretty clean. A simple tank for all your fluid movement needs. And then we should have quantum tank looking pretty temporal steely there. I like it. Remember, I don't have to customize too much of the textures. They just kind of map themselves, but I still like it. So yeah, the quantum fluid tank. I still need to set that capacity. I think I set this to 50. Maybe it was 16. And then the infinite sink. So I can do give block vintage engineering VE fluid tank dash infinite sink. And there's the golden one. Really? You're gonna do an invisible world? That's what you're gonna do? Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. I wonder if my fluid pipes actually see him yet. Nope. Doesn't see him yet. How about these? Nope. Still don't see him. Not quite yet. We're almost, it's gonna happen, but it doesn't see this because it doesn't have a thing. But it might see give block iron. Yeah, it does see that one. It just doesn't. Yeah. There was stuff in there. You notice how it spills when I break it? Why is my... Okay. My get block info. Okay. Maybe this will show me. It was just printing the description up there. And I was like, I don't want the description up there. Like, so when I called the base class, it's like it didn't even bother calling mine. So yeah, I set that to 50. And I set that to 50, but it still showed 16 in my weird. So yeah, these empty quotes, it did not like that at all. Now, I want to see if it's actually getting fluid from the pipe already. That would be awesome. We're gonna get those. We may not get those errors this time around. I don't think we did. It's just using the same block entity for all the tanks for now, which is fine because I'm not planning on adding much functionality to those two other ones for a while. Why is this? Inventory is empty. This should be interfacing with this. So, if we go to my fluid transport handler, okay, the pull slot is obviously the going to be the block, which is there's a bunch of custom code in here to do that. Okay, so get pull slot should be good. It should actually, it kind of creates a dummy thing that gets used. Okay, so stack size should set to 50 to 100. Stack size, max stack size is 5,000. Items per liter is 100. So this is just figuring out how much to move. So 50, it's going to move 50 at a time. Just a little fluid math. So now we got to get the push slot. So we have 2 push connections. Stack size so the contain is the inventory. Slot stack size is 5,000 is not less than that. It should go to the next one. It should see the fluid tank. IVEL get auto push into push into slot. Okay. For each slot, inventory of slot. Let's just trying to debug why I should have started filling it up. Like, it should have seen it right away. Okay, item slot or from slot dot item stack. Dot equals slot dot what? Slot dot empty is false. Slots false. Stat. Oh, there's 800. There's 800 water in there. Moved is 50. Yeah. I love how the animations. So the game is like assuming it's running in the background, and then you're stepping through it all, and you go back, and it's like all the animations all have to play all at the same time. So we know that it's actually got stuff in it. So why? Inventory class name. So inventory class name. Slots. Liquid only slot. Item stack is null. Inventory with a capital I. Item stack is null. Ah. Oh, snap. Okay. I want to go in here. I want to save and leave the world. Do it nice and gracefully. We're not we're not syncing, right? So the pipes only simulate on the server, right? The update ticks, the ticks that are actually moving stuff around, those only work on the server. The server controls it all. The client gets updated. Well, if you don't update the client, obviously the inventory never, like, the client never understands that the inventory has actually got something in it, because we're not sending anything to the inventory. So we need to, and I thought base so block entity container already syncs our inventory. So you'd think that we would already do that, but it's, for some reason, it's like because I don't add those in here, it's not calling the base class, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, block entity liquid container. Block entity container from tree attribute. To tree attribute. It's syncing, or it's trying to sync. But then in the barrel. Okay, well, let's just try it. See if it does the thing. From tree attributes. I don't know if there's really much. Capacity leaders we already get from the initialization. Remember this, when it's loading off of disk, this is called, then this is called. When a server syncs with a client, this is called on the server, then this is called on the client. So what are the odds that the client is not going to get it? It would be weird if these functions weren't already being called. Even though I didn't override them, they should have still been called. Like, it's weird to me. Inventory.empty is false. There it is. $16.5 liters. Why is it? I need to figure out how to get rid of the. Yeah, that's happening over here too. Right? It's happening on that little sliver right there. I need to figure out why other glass in the game doesn't do that. But why is this not getting fluid anymore? Maybe it is, and I just don't see it. Let's try to do a block update around it. Do I have any? Let's do sand. Why not? So it's not. I bet you if I save and leave and then open that back up, maybe. Yeah. So I got sent the data once, and then that was it. I've been criticized for doing too many Mark Dirty events, but you kind of have to. That's the only way to send information to the client. Or yeah, to the client. Try put into if moved equals 0, return else get push slot. Push dot mark dirty. So if moved equals 0, which means it didn't move anything, return. Otherwise, mark it dirty. I'm gonna have to do that with. Well, for some reason, it's doing that. It's updating. Transport tick here. Okay. We'll see if that fixes it. I'm really hoping I don't have to mark dirty the whole block entity, because I'm really hoping. I thought this might do it. Try push into, or try put into. That's weird that that didn't do it. Oh yeah, let's look at real quick. Oh, oh, glass, pane. This might be. This might be it. Side opaque. No, that's. Side solid. Down. True. Up. True. Side opaque. All false. Side solid is like, what can you place blocks onto, sort of thing. But I'm wondering if oh, interesting. This is a liquid barrier on sides by type. Wow. Transparent. I don't think the pane had that. Oh, it did. I have no idea what this does. I have no idea. what that will do, but you know, it is what it is. We gotta figure it out at some point in time. Pain. This is a pain, that's for sure. Why is the render pass not in here? Textures, frame glass, putty. Maybe block material glass does it? But I don't want my block material to be glass for my fluid tank. Well, let's see what that does. Render pass transparent. Maybe maybe that will work. And then I can add that to the table saw. Oh my god, it made the whole thing transparent. Now I can see through the... I mean, if we're halfway there, everybody. It fixed the thingy, but now the top and the bottom are... Okay, let's see. Break that. Open that up. Take that. And... No. Like... I know there's stuff in it, so... Okay. Save and leave world. So, render pass transparent. That's, I mean, not it. Why is it draw type maybe? Yeah, I mean, we can try this. It's one of these. It's not intuitive. So, it's one of these. Light absorption. Yeah, I don't know. Face cull mode. Don't want that. I think that'll cull the back face. Right, it's in order to prevent it from rendering, like when you have a glass, prevent it from rendering the back face, that he added the face cull mode. I think that's what that does. But yeah, I'm not gonna obsess over that little problem right now, but draw type JSON is about the best I can do. I mean, the pane doesn't make sense because the glass is just a texture. So he's got the frame putty. There's literally putty. I've never noticed that before. So how does he get it to not be all wonky when you look through it? I'm hoping the block material isn't what it does it. At best, it's the draw type, but I could be wrong. So obviously this here did not update. And we don't know which block position immediately was updated. But what we can do is go to the, not the pipe base, fluid tank. In the, is it the initialize or the initialize or the constructor? It's in the constructor. Inventory dot on or slot modified plus equals on slot modified. I usually don't like having these up here, but if API dot side equals dot server this dot mark dirty true int object int slot. Okay. So this detects if our inventory is actually being modified, and if it is, mark us dirty. So that will hopefully solve the issue. There it is. You can see now if I put an upgrade in them, now he's going 2 liters at a time instead of half a liter. Because remember, by default it does 50, and 50 is indeed half a liter. So, and yeah, this, what in the hell do I need to do? Save and leave. Quit. So it wasn't draw type. We know that for sure. Pain. Yes. Pain is indeed textures. So, shapes. Well, what's the shape here? Shape by type. Block, glass, pane. Block, glass, pane. Render pass 3. There it is. What are these? Are these in order of 0, 1, 2, 3? Or are these in ones? Is this some in weird random order that nobody even knows about? Do I need to open the base game? This is going to take me 6 years. Users, me, app data, roaming, vintage story, assets, survival, shapes, block, glass, and pane. There we go. Yay! Glass, transparent. Excellent. Close. Now, north face. Transparent. East face. Transparent. South face. Transparent. Excellent. Now I can just figure out why these are calling the back. But these are not. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's save. Now that should truly fix it, which tells me I need to do that to the table saw, because I've that little error with those stupid little glass things. I think Renegade made that. So I just learned about the transparent thing, so obviously he didn't know at the time. Oh, thank God. Hey, and look at that. All the sides are working. We learned something new today, everybody. And hello, Zolkin. How's it going? welcome back. We have ourselves a fluid tank, and when we place it, it actually fills up. As you can see, water. Of course, it's water. No more free X-ray. There's a little bit of one over here for now. Yeah, there's a little bit there. Really hard to discern what that is though, but easy to make an X-ray if you know how to do it now. So yeah. As far as rendering the shit inside the tank, again, that's gonna be a lot of swear words. And frustration. But, you know, we can see in the tooltip that there's stuff in there. So now, how do we get it when we break it? Right? When we break it, obviously it drops all of its stuff. So how do we prevent that from happening? Because when you break it, you lose the block entity. You're going to lose the inventory. All of that gets completely eliminated. So I think the only way available to us, anyway, is to basically, yeah, we might need if not sealed, base on block broken. Okay. What happens if you break a sealed barrel? Have you ever tried that, Oz?
Break a sealed barrel? Yeah, I think you lose the contents.
So you do lose. It does drop everything.
I'm fairly certain, anyway.
Yeah, because this is where I'm looking at the block entity for the barrel, and there's this, but it says if not this dot sealed, then do the base, which drops or attempts to drop all of the inventory. But if it's sealed, if this dot sealed equals true, then it skips that, and it just closes the inventory, or closes any dialogue and basically disposes the dialogue for it. But it doesn't explicitly drop the contents. So how does that behave? Let's try to track down the block. It's funny that the barrel became like my talisman in this game, because I look at it so much because it has so many weird, quirky things about it. On block broken. Placed bucket. No, it doesn't play. It doesn't place any buckets down. A full barrel would have to place 5 buckets of stuff down if you wanted to do. You could. I mean, you could program it to do that, but it would look really weird. So it goes through the behaviors, whatever. New item stacks. So there's spawn. So yeah, it's looking at the item stacks, drops, new item stack of an array of this, which is the barrel. That's the drop. Spawn item entity, which is the barrel. Yeah, there's no... Yeah, and then the set block. This is actually what removes the block, right? Setting the block to 0 is the thing that does it. Which is, I mean, it's kind of funny that way. But what is the base? I don't think base is even called here. Yeah, they're not even calling the base block break event. So if you go to the base block break event, or base block, let's do on block broken is not there. On break block isn't there. Okay, the base of that. Not there. Oh, no, there it is. On block broken. Basically, an identical copy of that code. Place bucket. Yes, the bucket does. And if we look at the bucket, right, it doesn't block bucket. You can see doesn't have anything in there. So if we go to base, top opened, that doesn't have it. Right? So we go to that base, liquid container base, we're back to this again. So which then goes to block container, etc. So there must be something in the bucket entity, block entity. Sometimes they're hard. Just block entity bucket on block broken does nothing. Really? In that case, I have no idea what happens when you break a bucket. It should drop the stuff. Now I'm curious. I think I have a bucket on my test player here. Bucket are unbreakable. Oh. I mean, that makes sense. Where be art thou the bucket? There it is. Well, I can definitely break it. And it keeps its thing. So what happens if I take like a bowl of water out of it? Right? And then I break it. Wait. How the heck? Contents 0. I'm at a loss. I don't know. But I do know that God damn, where's the block bucket? There it is. Yeah, I bet you it's in here. Block liquid container top opened. No? Holy Moses, look at all the stuff in here. Look at all the stuff in here. I don't know. Honestly, the layers of stuff that you have to go through to try to find an answer. When I break that bucket, I have no idea what object is getting called, nor do I know how it saves its information. That would be helpful to learn. But yeah, the bucket itself is just this code for the block. Unloaded. Do place block. I wonder if there is a... Okay, and then the block entity bucket. From tree attributes to tree attributes. Unblock placed. Yeah, an empty unblock broken is weird to see. It's not even calling the base. So what is the block entity doing?
Zolkin has a recommendation.
Right click pickup. Yeah, I think I have that as part of my Night Watcher. Get out of shapes. Okay, and then go to block types wood bucket. Yeah, right click pickup. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know if that would be it. We can certainly try it. But the easier way to do it would be to look up the code, because I can read the code like a book. Block behavior, right click pickup. There it is. Initialize, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Drops, pickup mode. Attributes, this dot block dot attributes. Place sound, I don't. Okay. Unblock interact start. Drop stacks. Pickup block. Okay, well, so we can go fluid tank, behaviors. See, I left that behaviors tag in here just for funsies, and now we have something to put in there. And let's properly. I don't like that any of the JSON in the base game is well formed. It's all they all need to be in quotes, right? All of my JSON is all properly formed, so you don't see all these red errors in VS Code. But yeah, it's all well formed and easy to read. So I don't think the prompts on pick, no, on interact. We can try this. It would surprise me if it was, but it could easily do it. Let's check like place sound and stuff like that. Sounds, place. Do I have a sounds on here? I don't have a sounds on here? Well, that's stupid. Why don't I have a sound? This doesn't make any sound. Kind of sounds do I want the tank to make? How about sounds? There we go. Do I even set the drops here? No. How about there? Nope. So it looks like if drops is not declared or set, it just drops itself, which is fine. Okay. I actually want, instead of being the shoot sounds, I kind of want to see anvil. I want them to make more of a tink sound. Except for the place. That's fine. Okay, now. See, attributes are nothing. Oh, now I'm hearing. Go away. Yeah. So, I mean, it's nice that you can just right click and pick it up, so I don't mind that, but, it's not, it doesn't keep the things in the stuff inside. It needs to keep the things in the stuff inside. Okay. So we know the bucket do place unloaded, but do place I don't know what calls this. Just placing it? Oh, try place block. Okay. I'm not sure what this is supposed to be doing. Mesh angle? Like, I hate when it's like a giant block. What is this supposed to do? Block position, target position. It's literally like... Oh, you know what I think it's doing? When you place the block, when you place the bucket, it's at an angle. Right? It angles it when you place it. So this is angling the mesh of the thing to whatever angle the thing is placed at, right? The block position. So, man, that is just crazy. So it's not in the block. It must be in the block entity. Was, yeah, right here. So the block wasn't it. Block entity. Remove that. On block placed is fine. Because it's just calling the base anyway, so that's fine. Get block info. Slot.item stack. If you never... An empty block broken event is really strange to me. No. So, okay. We gotta stop trying to track down. Called when the block is broken, survival mode 2 is generally a situation where you probably want the drum to empty contents if it has it. I don't know at this point why or how the bucket is able to keep its inventory. I think it has a lot to do with not the block entity, but the block. I definitely know it's not this on interact start. So block.attributes. Forage drop rate. Let's see if there's any weird attributes in the bucket. Liquid container props. I don't think that's the same as watertight props. Liquid selectable. Interesting. That's a really random... That's a really random thing. Tag to be right there. Attributes is true. Handle liquid container interact. I don't see that attribute in there. So what is that other tag? That's just kind of dangling down here. Liquid selectable. What? Oh. That's some weird, like... Okay, yeah. That's like, can you select the liquid? Entity class bucket. Register. Block entity. Get inventory class name. Survival core. There it is. Register default block entities. Bucket is block entity bucket. Yeah, so I was looking at the right. Okay. I didn't think there could be some weird other object in there that was running it, but sometimes you never know. They may create a new object and recode it and just leave the old object in for backwards compatibility or some such. And, you know, so just making sure that we're on the same things. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure at all, even close, to how the bucket keeps its items. But how I'm going to do it, I think, is basically going back to my friend the barrel, my good friend. What we can do in here, this is the block. What we can do is basically take the block. We're going to remove the block entity override. I don't know what gets called first, but we're going to try it. We're going to try it one way and then go another way if it doesn't work. Override on block broken. And we're going to not do that. Now, whoop. I need just some copy pasta here. Let it process all of the things. Okay. For each behavior, now there is one behavior, obviously right click pickup. Block behavior, right click pickup. I don't think this has a block broken. No, it does not. Drops pickup mode. I would love to know what that means. Drops pickup mode. Properties, drops pickup mode. On interact start. Forage drop rate. This looks like it's for like... Yeah. Looks like it's for like the harvester or the farmer. Like right click pick up crops maybe? Huh. Yeah, but that's that drops pickup mode. I don't know, is there anything you can right click to harvest?
Right click to harvest?
Yeah, there's a...
That might be for the... Oh, trees. Fruit trees. I think that's the
right.
plan for um,
Right, okay.
perennial crops too.
Um, I'm yawning because I need to get up and move around a little bit. Okay, so that's basically what that's for. That's not anything to do with our bucket because those attributes don't exist for the bucket, so I'm not worried about that. Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird. Okay, so unblock broken does not exist in that behavior. That's all I wanted to look at because this code runs through all the behaviors for the block. Not a block entity. So yeah, behaviors for the block. Just make sure behaviors, yeah. There's no entity behaviors? No. Entity class is fine, but no entity behaviors. Yeah. So again, I don't know what the hell is going on with that. But I'll keep the right click pickup. Why not? Like pick up the thing. Now, prevent default. Well, yeah, there should be no behaviors that interfere with this. All right, so world.side by player equals null. Oh no. If we're on the server and player is null or we're in creative mode, right? So one of those and this drops equals new item stack this, which is the block, with 1 for int item drops length. It's funny how you add one thing to it and then you do a for loop. Okay, so we don't want to spawn the entity yet. We don't want to do this yet. We want to set some attributes, right? We want to set these attributes. So be fluid tank BEFT equals world dot block accessor dot get block entity at position as BE fluid tank. Okay. And then if BEFT equals null, or does not equal null, I should say. Drops of 0, not 9, 0. Still getting used to the keyboard. Dot attributes. Not item attributes. Or temp attributes. Attributes. Dot. Set item stack. Contents. BEFT dot inventory of 0 dot item stack. If BEFT does not equal null and BEFT dot inventory of 0 dot empty. not. So the fluid tank, right? We haven't removed it yet. So the block entity should still be there. If it's not null, and we have the inventory, or the inventory is not empty, then set the attribute of this drop, which we already set up here. We know this exists. Set an attribute called contents equal to that. Then spawn the entity. Play the sound, who cares? Entity class does not equal null. That, we already went up here to grab it, so I know it's not null. Get block entity goes on null. Entity to on block broken. And then set block, right? This is what should eliminate the block entity. Okay. We don't override it here because we don't care. But then we need to set on block placed. Is that do place block? Like do place block. World block selection. Item stack. Okay. So this basically when you pick up the block, but I don't know if this is called when you right click it. We can double check. So when you right click the block to pick it up, does it call the block break event? I don't think it will, because it automatically puts it in your inventory. So that behavior we might not be able to use. Again, I want to know how the bucket does it. There's some magic going on behind the scenes that does that, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, see, it's not calling it, but I guarantee you, if I break it this way, boom. And then basically run it to here. It's going to destroy the ground. That's stupid. So drops of 0 item attributes or attributes is keys is contents, but the value is an item stack attribute, which is all of the things, right? It is stack size. It's how much was in there. Yeah, and that's what happens when you... That's what happens when you do a breakpoint with the World Eater. That's why I try not to do it. Because it's just like, I don't know why the game does that, but it just repeats the same thing over and over and over again when you come back. So this should have an attribute. Ooh, contents is empty? Oh, no, there it is. Water portion. I was going to say, what is going on here? But yeah. Water portion. But if I drop it again, it's going to be empty. Right? So it loses that. And I don't know how... I don't know how I can place it. Sets an item stack. So unblock broken. I'm going to remove that. So we know that works. Set block. World dot block accessor dot mark. Dot chunk. Dot block accessor dot mark block dirty. Not sure. Why it took another heartbeat for my client to see the contents of the thing I was holding. Just because there was a sync, right? It synced up the thing, and I was hoping to update it, but spawn because the client should see the stack as well, so it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let's look at override on block placed. Always called when a block has been placed through whatever method, except during world gen or exchange block. Okay, we're not we're not generating these in world gen. Placed do place block. Called by try place block if placement is possible. Can place block. Okay. So do place block for the bucket is what they use. Called by try place block. So this sets the block. Okay. Now, does that block accessor.set block? This should instantiate the why do you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different block accessor? God damn. So set block internal, I'm guessing, is what? Like one of these has to instantiate the block entity. Why is there a daisy chain of like 20 different ways? Chunk.unpack. There we go. Jesus. Yeah. Spawn block entity. That's okay. So by the time do place block, so the base, this places the block and instantiates the block entity. Okay. If do that, return true. Try and place my yeah, this bool flag equals this, and then if flag, I just swap those two. If base.doPlace block, now we have access to the item stack, which should have our attributes. Now we need to set public void set fluid. How about let's set fluid on place and do item stack fluid. Because when it places, it should automatically create obviously it creates the inventory, sets the slot, sets all of the values except what's actually in the inventory. So we need to pass in the fluid that we may have back here. So if item by item stack dot attributes dot contains dot has attribute contents, so it has the attribute, then we need to do be fluid tank beft equals world dot block accessor dot get block entity at block selection dot position as be fluid tank. If be fluid tank does not equal null, always have sanity checks. BFT dot set fluid on place by item stack. What are you missing? Not all code paths return a value. If do all this stuff and then return. What am I missing? What am I missing? I'm missing something. Ah, I was missing the Curdly Crew. So, set fluid on place. Now we're going to pass in the stack. Do we want to clone? Clone. Let's pass in a clone of the stack. So, inventory. Well, let's do if inventory does not equal null and inventory of 0 does not equal null. Just in case, again, sanity checks, null checks don't hurt anything. Inventory of 0 dot set try put into see it wants to inventory of 0, that's a slot dot item stack dot set from fluid. Yes, there we go. What are the odds this works? This is what happens when you can't figure out how the bucket does it. How the bucket does it, I don't know. I couldn't find it. I looked at all the objects. I couldn't find out how to do that. Okay. So this, obviously no attributes. This getting attributes. And if we do this, obviously it doesn't save it because we're not breaking it. So we got to put this away. And then we break it. Contents. There we go. Code water portion. There we go. And if we place it, oh Jesus. Object not sent. Oh. No. Stop it. The item stack was null. Dot set. Well, can I just say this equals to fluid then? Okay. And then we got to take a peek again at on right click, because whatever this is doing, whatever this is calling to pick it up, drop stacks. Unpick block. Interesting. So this can return. We can override that call on pick block. Because that's where it gets the stack, which then sort of just kind of cascades down item stack and drop stacks, etc., etc. It grabs the tree attributes, original stack dot clone, so it's grabbing that tree of item stack. Um, so this collects it. Item stack. What is it? What is it grabbing? The original stack. So if I grab this on pick block, and I'm going to return not in all, not empty, attributes that set item stack contents to the item stack. Return on pick block. Oh no, return item stack drop equals new item stack drop return drops dot clone. Nah, just return drops. Okay. This may work now with that right click, because it should call this to grab what I need to get, and this should set all the things in the stuff. Okay, so then this do place, set fluid on place, then we come in here, and then I did the shenanigans in here to prevent it from complaining. So that should maybe, possibly, hopefully, at some point, save the material when you pick it up, regardless of the how you pick it up. If you break it or you right click it, like it, both of them work, or they should. So 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, and then I'll put it down. 0.1 liter. And I've got 0.01 liter of fluid tank. What Oh no, now it dropped 2? Shit. Oh my god. Uh-oh. I need a way of resetting these. No, there's tank inception. I want to So why did it say like back to the block item stack? This is the drop, or oh, you know what it did? Unpick block. So for each stack, no, this should have worked. Did I just do the set wrong? Fluid. New place. New stack that attribute that has attribute. Oh yeah, I did. Derp. I'm an idiot. That's why. We need item stack fluid equals by item stack dot attributes dot get item stack contents. Fluid. I passed when I placed it, I passed in the tank, not the contents of the tank. Now this could return null. If, well, yeah, fluid does not equal null. Fluid dot resolve block or item world. Because this says, be sure to call stack dot resolve block or item after retrieving. So there I go. I'm gonna do it for reasons. Fluid does not equal null, but when we set it, I want to ensure if inventory does not equal null and inventory 0 does not equal null, and fluid does not equal null. Because if fluid equals null, that means the tank was empty, right? So possibly, maybe, statistically, it might happen one of these days. I'm trying to get this to save the fluid, and then we'll be done for the day. But I was a little sad yesterday with the power outage I had. 11 hours the power was out. I did not get any farming sim time in yesterday. It was like hours of waste. Like the farm has got to, like, I don't know, farm's got to go, like, so give block vintage engineering VE fluid tank dash iron. Let's just give like 4 of these babies. Okay, and then if I put this here, hey, look at that, 10 liters of water. And if I break it, contents, there it is. You just gotta wait a heartbeat, otherwise. And then I place it again, 10 liters of water, and I place it over here. It's got 10 liters, and it just starts filling it. Excellent. We did it, everybody. How about that? I mean, yeah, you get the little splashy effects when you break it, but I mean, it is what it is. 24 liters. Oh, good. Time for a generator. Yeah, right. My patron's at $130 a month. You think I'm going to be able to afford a generator for that? Like, I have a little battery backup. At least when the died, I was able to shut down my machine. Like, big generator. I was talking to my brother about that yesterday. He's like, well, you get a power wall. You know, power wall will last you a few hours. And it's like, the power was out for 11 hours. And granted, I would have gone to bed at some point, but it was 11 hours. Powerwall, I would not be able to play a game for 11 hours with a Powerball or a Powerwall. I just wouldn't. It wouldn't happen. Okay, well, that is a fluid tank, everybody, and it already works beautifully with the thing. There it goes. Right? So, you can see we have the fluids. And then we can go like this. And then we can do the thing over here. So, watch. Right? Network ID 123, 123 all the way around. Now, I'm going to break that one. This one's 123. This one's now 126. This is a different this is a different network right here. And you can see pushes 1. I left, if you download the mod, I left all of that information in there, right? That's debugging information. But in this first version for public use, those are some helpful things to look at to try to debug problems that you may have had, or at the very least, be able to report something a little bit more accurately and say, hey, in this certain situation with this certain number of steps, something breaks, and you can tell me like the network ID changes or whatever, right? So the network ID 126, 123, and then if I break this and replace it, right? No water until I do that. And now there's water. And I can open this. Well, I don't even need to open this. I can just like right click this in there and it just pops it in, right? So now it's filling up. And you can do one here, and you can do that, and now this one's filling up. This one's filling up this one. This tank is filling up this one. This thing is filling up the tank. You can see how glorious it is. This is why I was so excited to get the version out. Literally, like, it works. It just works. To quote Todd Howard, it just works. Okay, I shouldn't say it just works. It was 3 months of work. It took 3 months of work to do the thing, but yeah. So you can see a little bit, anybody who is still wanting to look at how the shape is built, you can see the different selection boxes that I have. So all 6 sides, the selection boxes are always selectable, even if they're empty. Now you can't do anything, right, when they're empty, because there's literally nothing to connect to. But when they are, you can override them, right? So you can override them. And you can even split the networks, right? You can split the networks out and get them back together again. So these little nubs are dynamically added to the shape. So the nub is defined and the extraction nub is defined, but it's the center to the edge, right? And there's just one shape. It's the one on the bottom. It's this shape on the bottom is defined, and then it's just rotated around all the different faces, right? So it's like this is essentially the same shape, just rotated. That's how the system works, and it just rotates it and adds it to the shape. So the system is very, very tight and works and is nice and clean. And you were asking about somebody was asking about other shapes that you could use, and you could play around with it, but you have to play around with it within the confines of how it works, right? So you could increase the size of the center, right? So the center is just a 4x4x4 cube, right? You could increase that center a little bit, maybe add some details, but then you need to shrink the nubs by the same amount that you grow. So you shrink the nub a little bit so you don't have the textures that overlap. You don't want the textures overlapping. So the nubs are exactly butt right up against it, and they just rotate however you want them. It works great. I'm very happy with how they turned out. But yeah, if you wanted to tweak with a little bit more detail, just know that there are a couple limitations with how it works, but there is some flexibility with texture and shape shenanigans if you wanted to get into that. I'm not too worried about, I don't really care if somebody bitches and moans about, oh, they're floating in the middle of the air. I don't care, right? These are hard enough to do. Trying to figure out little bits and bobs of how to do something otherwise is just a nightmare. Like if you wanted if you had a bunch of them, and then you wanted a bracket on the ground, and the bracket would support it, that would be a wholly different shape, right? And a huge amount of code to accommodate that, because that's a different shape altogether. So you'd have to have a separate bracketable shape with a bracket on each side. So that'd be another 6 rotations of a bracket. It's possible, right? And that's a feature down the road. That is a pretty quality of life feature that looks really good, but it just takes hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to actually make it work and not break anything. Because it's still, if there's a bracket on it, you still have to have it what happens if there's a bracket right here and then you put a chest there? Does the connection go through the bracket? How does that work? What I would do is I would have the bracket wrap around the core and ignore. Basically, it doesn't matter which nubs are on there, the bracket would still look good. But again, you'd have to have a flag on the pipe is the bracket, and then you just add the bracket with whatever side. It's possible, but I would rather work on getting it working and getting stuff like this functional, right? I didn't mean to do that. I'd rather have this functional and then obviously render the goodies inside, because that's definitely on the list. But yeah, I think people are going to be happy with this. I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, I'm really glad, Aussie, you suggested toning the things down a little bit. That really, 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 really helped.
Good.
Yeah, they were a little too bright and annoying, but yeah, now that they're kind of they're faded a little bit and weathered, as you said, they look really good. So we have a tank, everybody. There's still some bits and bobs that I need to work on with the tank. Mainly getting a wooden bucket, right? The bucket doesn't interact. with the tank, like it does with that. So, we need to fix that. But other than that, yeah, tanks are good. Tanks are good. Iron tank, 50 liters. Wasn't the iron tank? I think that's being limited by my stack size. Yeah, that should have been 64. So that is that's being limited. Okay, well, that's just something I'm gonna have to look at. I'm gonna have a BE fluid tank. Where does this come from? Shapes. Okay, I was like, what is this? And I was like, oh, that's the shape. Yeah, so it's the automated, like, try put into, like, that automated system is bumping up against the stack size limit of the slot, or no, of the item stack. That's what we're bumping into, which is why it stopped at 50 liters. So I don't know why the so the capacity liters of the item slot this capacity liters of the item slot, it does not care item slot liquid only. Can take. Can hold. Can take from. So it's, yeah. This right here is returning a false when source stack this.item stack get mergeable quantity. Get remaining slot space. Max stack size. I don't see. I see this capacity liters, right? I see that. Activate slot. I don't know where that's called. Can hold. Yeah, it's weird. There's not even a mention of capacity liters in here. There's it here, and there's it down here, but there's it literally doesn't care. So what's the point of having a capacity liters on there if it doesn't, like, Okay, well, another problem to solve. But that's going to have to do it for the stream, everybody. I want to thank you all for coming by and joining us in chat and being just gung-ho. If you are a supporter, thank you very, very much. keeping me going on this project. This is a monster amount of work. So I hope people are appreciating it. I did rebalance also the mod, the new version of the mod that's on the hub. I uploaded it this morning. Does have a little bit of a rebalance to the power values for the machines. I'm getting away. I basically got away from the base 2 power, right? So instead of like 64 power per second, it's just 100. Instead of holding 1024 power, it holds 1,000 or maybe 2,000. Like, I'm rebalancing it because I want it to be easier numbers on people, and base 2 isn't an intuitive thing, and the game itself doesn't rely on base 2 as much as, say, the other game does, right? The other game, everything has a stack size of like 64. This game, you could have stack sizes of 26. Like, it just doesn't matter, right? So, the stack size of water is 5,000. So why base 2 the power? I didn't. So, and it's a lot easier to read. When you're in the game, the because my power system ticks, or the machines tick 10 times a second, you get a little bit closer to those like average or easy to read values. So yeah, a slight tweak to balance, and we'll see what the feedback is regarding that. Otherwise, I hope everybody enjoys the pipes. That was 3 months of work. Yeah. Oh, so much fun. So I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday. We are going to just have another laid back day of farming. That's going to be it. So have a good evening and rest of the day, everybody.